Good afternoon, college baseball fans, and welcome to Joe Edsall Field in Portland, Oregon for a non-conference matchup between the Portland Pilots and the visiting Utah Valley Wolverines. I'm Brian Slack, and I have your call today. The Pilots come back home after an exciting series victory over number 5 Texas A&M this past weekend and look to grow and build off of that momentum. Meanwhile, the Wolverines, they're entering winning their last series over UC Riverside. These two teams have shown promise in the early young season, but the Pilots hope to keep their 8-game win streak against the Wolverines alive today with the help of the man on the mound in Joey Gartrell. Gartrell, a sophomore with a 2.53 ERA in the early part of the season with a 1-0 record in 3 appearances. He's thrown 10 2/3 innings, giving up 5 runs, 3 of them earned, 10 strikeouts, and 6 walks on the season. Opponents are batting .205 against him this year. Let's get you the starting lineup for Utah Valley. Batting first out in the left field, it'll be Trey Cutchin, followed by the DH Burke Camper. Patrick Mills will be the right fielder batting third. Callan Halverson, the third baseman, batting fourth. Brandon Luna, the first baseman, batting fifth. Nate Bach, the center fielder. Daniel Dickinson will be batting 7th at second base. Garrett Broussard, the shortstop, batting 8th. And then Cameron Rowe, the catcher, will be batting 9th for Utah Valley. Let's get to the defense for the Portland Pilots today. In the outfield, from left to right, it's going to be Briley Knight, Jake Holcroft, and Henry Mensch. On the infield, from left to right, Jake Sukata, Spencer Scott, Ben Pataxel, and Tristan Gomes. And then Nick Klemp will be behind the plate. First pitch from Gartrell to Cutchin will be a swing and miss. First strike, it'll be 0-1 to start off this at-bat. Cutchin this year has played all 9 games for the Wolverines. He's batting .310 with 9 hits and 29 at-bats. Second pitch just off the plate over the white of the right-handed batter's box for a ball. It's 1-1. Cutchin, a junior from Mesa, Arizona, lays off that next pitch from Gartrell. Now ahead in the count, 2-1. Transfer from Chandler Gilbert Community College. Takes ball 3 as that one's high above the zone, away from the batter. It'll be 3-1 now. The first batter from Utah Valley against Joey Gartrell. Gartrell was an all-WCC freshman team selection last season. Finds the bottom of the strike zone at the knees, far side of the plate. Full count now, 3-2. Last year had a 4.46 ERA, going 4-1 in 26 appearances, 3 starts. He threw 42 1/3 innings, giving up 21 earned runs. And there he gets the strikeout to start off this game. And the first batter is gone on strike. So 1 away, and that'll bring up Burke Camper, the designated hitter. Another look at that last strikeout from Gartrell. Had some softer pitches early on in that bat. Comes back with a fastball to end that one as Camper steps into the batter's box. Camper's a transfer from Towson, originally from Allison Park, Pennsylvania. Spent 3 years at Towson as he takes ball 1 low and away. Hit .257 last year, 28 RBIs, and 10 home runs. He was actually named to the Buster Posey Award watch list a couple of seasons ago while he was at Towson. The 1-0 at the knees, far side of the plate for a strike. It's 1-1. Utah Valley comes in, picked 11th in the WAC this season as Gartrell, missing low and away, puts the batter ahead 2-1. No players named on the WAC preseason award list. And that one actually clipped him, so Gartrell will allow his first base runner after Camper's hit by a pitch, and that'll bring up Patrick Mills, the right fielder. Another look at that. It looked like it just clipped the elbow guard, and it did. As the rain continues to fall here. It's 45 degrees here at Joe Edsall Field. 10-mile-an-hour winds and rain coming in at an angle. Here's the first pitch. And off-speed strike, far side of the plate to Mills. And it'll be 0-1. Now with Utah Valley, there are 23 newcomers to this 2023 team, including 16 transfers. So a lot of new names as Gartrell misses right there. Now Eddie Smith is the head ball coach here at Utah Valley. Hired in June of 2021. Swing and a miss will put Gartrell in the driver's seat. 1-2 now on Patrick Mills. But in Smith's first season, helped elevate this program as that ball missing low below the zone. Clem tried to frame it back up. It'll be 2-2. It was the most wins in WAC play that the program had had since 2016. Which is big for Utah Valley. Small lead over at first for the runner. This one skied. Pataxel leaving his second base position behind the bag. Now Spencer Scott calling everybody off. No, it's Holcroft coming in from center field who will make the catch on the high fly ball, fighting off the rain, and that'll make 2 outs now with a runner over on first. Callan Halverson, the third baseman, now up at the plate. Halverson Jr. batting .200 this year in 8 games. Has 6 hits and 1 RBI as he bats from the right side. First pitch from Gartrell. Look to be just off the plate. It'll be 1-0. Another great thing that Coach Smith has been doing because of those wins last season as this one goes off the plate. So it'll be 2-0 now to Halverson. The 2022 season raised their RPI 84 spots from the 2021 season, which is the 20th best leap in the entire country. In Utah Valley, trying to build off of what they did last season. This ball fouled off to the backstop. It'll be 2-1.
Let's go, Joey.
Halverson, a transfer from Northern Oklahoma College, originally from Guthrie, Oklahoma. Strike called on him. That'll even the count at 2-2. See the rain falling down. The runner over at first, Burke Camper. Swing and a miss at the bottom of the zone, ends up in the glove of Clem. So 2 strikeouts for Gartrell, and he gets out of the inning after giving up a hit batter on the second one at the plate. We'll return to the bottom of the half of the first inning. Portland Pilots coming to the plate. And it looks like they're actually going to call everybody back in as we are just about to start the bottom of the first inning. The rain coming down too hard here at Joe Edsall Field, and they've pulled the Wolverines off the field, and it looks like we're actually going to be heading to a little bit of a delay here. Well, we don't know when play will resume, but we ask you to sit tight. Hopefully it won't be too long. Looking at the map, shouldn't take that much longer for the rain to pass by. But we have the umpires right now going from one side, Utah Valley's, all the way over to Portland. Now, Portland already had a game canceled this week against Seattle U in the midweek contest. Not weather related, but both teams now have starting to leave the dugout. The umpires now have left the field. So we're going to ask that you stick around. We'll give you updates on what is happening here at Joe Etzel Field just as we figure out more information. Right now, currently have a rain delay here in Portland, Oregon between Utah Valley and the Portland Pilots.
For all the latest information about Portland Pilots athletics, including the latest scores, stats, internet audio, video streaming, game schedules, and more, visit PortlandPilots.com and follow @PortlandPilots on all social media platforms. It was all about you. Oh, I feel so far removed. You were the one thing in my way. You were the one thing in my way. You were the one thing in my way. You are the one thing in my way. You are the one thing in my way. You are the one thing in my way.
stop. It's just light. It's just light compared to what it was. Compared to what it was.
They should be used to this.
So this is playable.
Yeah, they should be used to this.
For Portland standards.
Like a whole floor. Like a whole floor where you like really just pump it.
Big. Be a football player. Big boy.
All right, fans, we're under a 30-minute rain delay, give or take with the weather. But there are plenty of warm beverages and hot food in the concession stand to keep you toasty.
I gotta get up, stretch. Where you going? I'm gonna go just to the concession. You want a cup of coffee or hot chocolate? You sure? Anyone?
All right, welcome back to Joe Etzel Field. After a lengthy rain delay, Jake Holcroft will be leading things off for the Portland Pilots. On the mound for Utah Valley, it's going to be Logan Gerling. Gerling with a 2.70 ERA so far this year with a 2-0 record. First swing by Holcroft, skied into right center field. Going over from center field, it's Nate Bach, and he will make the catch in the gap. And one batter is retired for the Portland Pilots. Like I was saying, Gerling on the mound, a 2.70 ERA, 2-0 in 2 appearances and starts. 10 innings underneath his belt so far this season. 10 hits, 4 runs, 3 of those have been earned. No walks and 11 strikeouts. Having a great start to the season for the Wolverines. As Nick Klemp, starting catcher for the Pilots, steps into the batter's box, takes the first pitch low below the knees and almost in the dirt for a ball. It's 1-0. Klemp started off this season hotter than anybody else in the nation. 13 hits in that first series against Utah Tech. As he takes a ball just off the plate near the left-handed batter's box, it's 2-0. Went down to Texas A&M, picked up where he left off, and he is currently sitting 7th in the nation in hits so far this season. Leads the West Coast Conference. Klemp has 18 hits and 12 runs in this brief non-conference season so far as he takes ball 3. It's 3-0, and Gerling is a pitch away from allowing his first walk of the season. Again, 11 strikeouts, no walks so far. Klemp is hitting .562 on the year. Those 18 hits and 32 at-bats as he takes a strike just above the knees, inner half of the plate. It'll be 3-1. Klemp, a graduate student from Everett, Washington, went to Everett Community College before finding his home here on the Bluff. Here comes the 3-1, swings and misses, and Gerling has got himself back into this count. It's full 3-2. Utah Valley in gray uniforms. Utah Valley in script across the chest, black with black numbers on the left lower oblique. Portland wearing their black uniforms, Portland in purple across the chest. Full count thrown, and Gerling's pitch is fouled off into the fence near the berm. As Klemp will take that, and we'll go back to a 3-2 count with 1 out as the lights turn on here on the campus of the University of Portland out beyond the outfield fences. Klemp last season didn't get a home run until that final home series of the season. And he started off hot at Utah Tech, and there he strikes out looking. So Gerling, who started off Klemp 3-0, came back and got the strikeout, and still no walks on the season. 12 strikeouts now on the year. As you see, he fires a fastball. Looked like it was just off the plate, but Cameron Rowe, the catcher, frames it in the zone for a strike. And now coming to the plate, it's Evan Scavato, one of 2 players named to the all-tournament team last season at the WCC tournament. Say one of 2 players from the University of Portland. He takes a big hack there, comes up empty. He'll fall behind 0-1. Scavato, a junior from Puyallup, Washington. Takes one inside and ducks out of the way. It'll be 1-1 now. Scavato, a junior, batting .280 early on in this season. 7 hits and 25 at-bats. He's also driven in 7 so far this season. This offense just exploded for runs against Utah Tech in their opening series as Scavato chases the breaking ball. It'll be 1-2. Against Utah Tech, 17 runs in game 1, 21 runs in game 2 of the doubleheader of that series. Scavato, line drive over to third, and it's picked out of the air by Callan Halverson. And that'll be a 1-2-3 inning for the Portland Pilots. They go down in order. We'll be back with the top of the 2nd inning. It's Luna, Bach, and Dickinson when we return. Welcome back to Joe Edsall Field. Brian Slack with the call for you in our home opener at Joe Edsall Field. Currently a 0-0 ball game after one inning of work and almost a 2-hour rain delay. It's Joey Gartrell back out on the mound. Here's what he did in that first inning. He got a couple of strikeouts after falling behind early in some of those counts. There you see he got the off speed for the strikeout. That first one punched out the guy with a hard fastball, but now he's back out there for a second inning of work after nearly a 2-hour break since he last took the mound. Brandon Luna, the first batter he will face, takes a ball low and inside. It's 1-0. Luna just one of 3 players for Utah Valley starting that played against the Pilots last season. Here's a high fly ball out into right field. Henry Mensch is coming in as he was playing deep, and he will make the catch. And there's 1 out recorded here in the top of the second inning. Nate Bach now coming to the plate. Bach, a sophomore, hitting .250 on the season so far. Played in every game. 7 hits on 28 at-bats. 2 home runs and 2 RBI. There he takes a first pitch strike. 0-1 to start him off in this at-bat. Well, Utah Valley has not beaten the Portland Pilots in their last 8 contests as the off-speed gets a strike right there. 0-2 now is Bach behind Gartrell. The last win for Utah Valley against the Portland Pilots was pre-pandemic, February 20th of 2020, as Bach goes down on 3 consecutive pitches, and 2 away now for the Wolverines here in the top of the second. It was a 6-2 victory in that last win for Utah Valley. Beautiful stuff right there, breaking away from the plate. Good pitch by Gartrell to get the strikeout. Now up at the plate, Daniel Dickinson, the second baseman for the Wolverines. Check swing on the first pitch. It's a strike no matter what at the knees. It'll be 0-1. Dickinson, a freshman from Kennewick, Washington, or from Kennewick High School, I should say, from Richland, Washington. Pardon me. 1-1 count after that last pitch. Hit .529 with 5 home runs as a senior, and he was actually named the Conference Player of the Year. Decent pickup for the Wolverines as he takes a fastball on the inner half of the plate, thigh high for a strike. It's 1-2. Infield playing back for the Pilots. Outfield shaded to the right. Ball hit down the right field line in that triangle area. Mensch running over from right field, and he comes into foul territory, makes the catch, and it's a 1-2-3 inning for the Wolverines. They go down in order. No runs, no hits, no runners left on base. We head to the bottom of the second in a 0-0 ball game. We'll be back in just a moment. Welcome back to Joe Edsall Field. Brian Slack with the call as Logan Gurley back out on the mound as he did quick work against the Pilots in the bottom half of the first inning after nearly a 2-hour rain delay. Briley Knight is the first man he faces here in the bottom of the second. First pitch called a strike. It's 0-1. Slight shift put on by the Wolverines as Knight fouls it off into the netting.
Sorry, what did you say?
Shortstop Garrett Broussard is on the right side of second base, so you have 3 infielders on the right side of the infield. Meanwhile, the third baseman, Callan Halverson, now playing shortstop, so a big hole on the left side if Knight can get a pitch on the outer half of the plate. Pokes his bat out there. This one's going into foul territory towards the Pianovi hitting facility and actually goes off the roof in foul territory. So 0-2 again on Briley Knight as Halverson and the left fielder Cutchin for the Wolverines get back into position. We started this game as around 45 degrees, 10-mile-an-hour winds with a heavy rain. After over 90 minutes of a delay. Good take by Knight right there as that one was in the right-handed batter's box. It'll be 1-2. The rain has picked up again here at Joe Edsall Field. You can see some movement with the flag out in left center field and how windy it's picking up here. Here's the 1-2 tonight. Lays off a high one just above the letters and off the plate. It'll be 2-2 tonight. Knight was a transfer from the University of Utah, has solidified his spot in the outfield for the Pilots over the last couple of seasons. Batting .400 through 8 games this year, 12 hits in 30 at-bats, and leads this team with 10 RBI so far. Here's the 2-2. This one goes off the fence in front of the Portland dugout. We'll go back to 2-2 on Knight. Knight has some pop in that bat. In fact, he comes back this season after leading the Pilots in home runs last season. He fouls one off. It goes behind us. Back to the 2-2 count. Home plate umpire today is Tim Vesey. The first base umpire is Michael Goebel, and Cole Allenbrand will be the umpire down the third base line for today's game. The shift still put on. 3 players on the right side of the infield. Not much movement from the outfield for the Wolverines. The 2-2. Fouled off again, spoiled by Knight as the rain continues to fall here. Now, the last win for Utah Valley against the Portland Pilots actually didn't happen here at Joe Edsall Field. It happened in Hillsboro at Ron Tonkin Field. That 2020 baseball season before the pandemic ended it as Knight flares one out over to short, and it's actually taken in by the third baseman, Halverson. And that will be the first out here in the second inning. Spencer Scott, the sophomore from Grand High School, steps into the batter's box. WCC Player of the Week last week after the Pilots took 2 of 3 against number 5 Texas A&M. Now, as I was saying, before the pandemic ended that 2020 baseball season, the Pilots weren't even playing at home that season. They were actually playing around the area up in Richfield, Washington, over in Hillsboro at Ron Tonkin Field because there were renovations still being done here at Joe Edsall Field. The last time Utah Valley actually took a win here at Joe Edsall Field, as that one is off the plate and low. It's 2-0 to Spencer Scott, was back on February 23rd, 2013 in a 7-6 win in 10 innings against the Pilots. That's the last time they won here at Joe Edsall Field. And we played 1 game against each other last season. It was a 6-4 victory for the Pilots as Scott fouls one off to our right. It'll be 2-1. Scott puts his right foot on the back of the batter's box, steps in. Pretty even stance from him. Here's a windup from Gerling. Inside part of the plate, above the knees for a strike. 2-2 on Spencer Scott. Infield back to their normal positions. Second baseman Dickinson is playing more up the middle, closer to the bag at second. Scott lines one down the right field line. It'll go out of play and into the road. Back to the 2-2 count. Shortstop Broussard playing in shallow left field. His feet are on the outfield grass. Luna well off the line over at first against Scott, and strike three, punches him out with a fastball on the outside corner. And the second strikeout looking for Gerling. One more look at that last one, and I have to say it looks a tad low right there. Good. I thought that was a good eye from Spencer Scott. Unfortunately, the home plate umpire calls that one a strike, and that's 2 away now for the Pilots as Jake Sukata comes to the plate, the third baseman for the Pilots, formerly the second baseman for the last few seasons. Moves over to the hot corner, takes a pitch inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Sukata last season hit .274 in 52 games, 49 hits, 20 RBI. So far this season, he's hitting .304 through 8 games. Ground ball up the middle, off the foot of Gerling. Coming in from third, it's Halverson, and he got the throw over to first in time to get Sukata. Not exactly how you drew it up, but it'll be 1-5-3. And the Pilots are down in order, 1-2-3. We head to the third inning. It's the bottom of the lineup for the Wolverines. Broussard and Rowe, and then back to the top to Cutchin when we return on the WCC Network. Garrett Broussard is the first man up for the Wolverines. Gartrell wasting no time to get ahead in that count. It's 0-1 on Broussard. Broussard just one of 3 Wolverines that played for this team last year that is starting today as he fouls one off. Just got it off the end of the bat. It'll be 0-2. Broussard last year hit .179 in 38 games. 19 hits, 9 RBI. So far this season, Broussard in 9 games is hitting .333. He's got 8 hits in 24 at-bats as he lays off of one that was close to the zone. No call to make it 1-2. Just 1 home run and 6 RBI on the season. Another one low, no chase from Broussard, makes it 2-2 after Gartrell got 2 early strikes on Broussard. Broussard, a junior from San Juan Capistrano, California, gets one off the end of the bat over to short. Picked up by Scott near behind the bag and over to first in time for the out. The ball was dropped, but on movement from the ball from the glove, so the out still counts. Broussard is retired, and that'll bring up the catcher, Cameron Rowe.
Number 17, Cameron Rowe.
Rowe, first pitch he sees, puts one down the right field line. Mensch running into foul territory, and it'll bounce into the bullpen for Utah Valley. And we'll reset with an 0-1 count on Rowe. Rowe, a freshman from San Diego, California. Went to Rancho Bernardo High School. Only playing in his 5th game this season, has 1 hit and 17 at-bats with an .059 average. Slightly open stance for the right-handed bat. This one goes high, seemed to slip out of the hand of Gartrell to the backstop. Klemp will get a new ball. It'll be 1-1 on the freshman Rowe. Now, this is a relatively new team for Utah Valley. 23 new players. Great pitch right there from Gartrell. Gets the strike. Caught Rowe second guessing himself. It'll be 1-2. But 23 newcomers on the roster, 16 are transfers, whether it's from other Division I schools, junior colleges, a couple from Division II. As Rowe fouls it off, it'll be 1-2 now. Infield playing back for the Pilots. Gartrell throws. This one hit into center field. Holcroft over to his right, dead center, and he'll make the catch. There's 2 away after the flyout. Trey Cutchin, the left fielder, comes back to the plate. He hit .302 last season in 51 games. He had 57 hits, 13 doubles, 7 home runs, and 26 RBI. Strong bat from the left side for the Wolverines. Check swing on the first pitch of his second at-bat. Called a ball. It'll be 1-0. Sukata, the third baseman. Toes are on the infield grass. The right side of the infield playing back. Gartrell, second throw. This one's going to be in the gap. Mensch running over to his right, and with ease on the run makes the catch. And yet another 1-2-3 inning for the Wolverines. Back-to-back for them. It'll be Henry Mensch, the man who just made that grab. Tristan Gomez and Ben Pataxel all coming to the plate next on the WCC Network. Welcome back to Joe Edsall Field as we are in the bottom of the third inning. Henry Mensch is leading off for the Portland Pilots. First pitch from Gerling, sent into right field, ranging to his left. It's Patrick Mills, and that'll drop in fair territory. Mensch rounds around first, but wisely stays there on the bag. And so a leadoff single, and the first hit for the Pilots today falls in the third inning. So Tristan Gomez now coming to the plate for the Pilots. And it looked like Mills didn't have a great read on it initially. Playing behind it to make sure the ball didn't get behind him in case it hit the ground. So Mensch will take a leadoff of first. He's about 7 feet off the bag right now. Gerling gets set from the stretch. Peeking over his shoulder, now comes home with it to Gomez. Off speed fools him. He was expecting fastball. Comes up empty on that swing. Mensch, not a big base stealer, but he had 2 of them last season. He was 2 for 2. Big leadoff over at first. He's going for second. Rowe comes up throwing over to short, and they got Mensch over at second. The base runner is thrown out. So Mensch caught stealing, and so just when you got your leadoff man on, he's quickly retired after Broussard applies the tag, and Rowe definitely had that ball there before Mensch was there. Callan Halverson, the third baseman, looks to be about 10 to 12 feet off the line down at third as Gomez goes down on 3 pitches. And just like that, you had a man on with no outs, and quickly you've got 2 outs after 2 pitches as Ben Pataxel comes to the plate, the second baseman for the Pilots. Pataxel was the starting third baseman the last couple of seasons for Portland. This season has switched with Sukata from second over to third. Lifts one down the left field line, but it's going to go over the Pianovi hitting facility. Off the back of the barn and out. So 0-1 for Pataxel to start off this at-bat. Dickinson, the second baseman, playing closer to the bag. The 0-1. Breaking ball that stayed high on Pataxel. Above the letters, it's 1-1. Well, we had some rain for a bit. Seems to have slowed down. Some trickles. The 1-1. Breaking ball, Pataxel lifts it into left field. Going back to the wall, it's Cutchin. He's on the warning track, reaching back, and it's just a long out in front of the Owen Portland as Cutchin did everything he needed to do, reaching back and getting distance from the wall. Makes the catch on Pataxel. So the leadoff man gets caught stealing, and a strikeout and a flyout ends Portland's half of the third. We'll be back with the fourth. It's Camper, Mills, and Halverson on the WCC Network. Welcome back to Joe Edsall Field. Brian Slyke on the calls. We start the top of the fourth inning. As we had a ball on the field down the left field line as they're getting that one off. But Burke Camper back in the batter's box to start this fourth inning. No official at bat for him as he got hit on the elbow his last time up. The only time that Utah Valley has had another man on base so far. Swings at the first pitch, just got enough of it to foul it off. In fact, it looked like it may have gone off of his foot, but he seems to be okay. The 0-1 from Gartrell, no chase. That'll make it 1-1. We were talking up here on whether or not you're going to see those same pitchers who were supposed to start as Gartrell gets strike two on Camper. It's 1-2, but with the 90-minute, almost 2-hour delay for Gartrell, and when he already came out and threw the first inning, was whether or not you're going to have him warm back up and throw again, but he seems to be having no issues at the moment as he misses high on that fastball and away. It's 2-2. Infield playing back, no movement from the outfield. The 2-2. Missing inside and low. Full count now on Camper. Gartrell with 3 strikeouts through the first 3 innings. Had 2 of them in the first inning, 1 in the second. And then had 2 flyouts. And that'll be a walk issued to Camper. So he's the only man that's been on base today for Utah Valley. Let's take a look at that last pitch from Gartrell, and does look like it was off the plate as much as Klemp tried to frame it in the zone. Good call from the home plate umpire, Tim Vesey. So Patrick Mills, the right fielder, flew out to Jake Holcroft out in center his last time up. Takes a pitch away on the outer half of the plate for a strike, 0-1. Camper only about 6 feet off the bag over at first. Breaking ball comes back into the zone at the last moment for a strike. 0-2 now on Patrick Mills. Mills is hitting .348 this year through 7 games, has 8 hits and 9 RBI, along with 3 home runs, as Gartrell, missing high above the letters and away, makes it 1-2. Mensch playing deep out in right field. Now some movement from Holcroft. He's on the left side of second base. Gartrell fires a fastball in the right-handed batter's box. No chase. It's 2-2. Roped into right field. That'll drop. Mensch will get over to it. And staying over at second is going to be Camper. So back-to-back batters on base. A walk and a single by Patrick Mills with 2 strikes on. And that will bring up Callan Halverson.
Number 13, Callan Halverson.
Halverson in 8 games this season is batting .200 with 6 hits and a single RBI. He does have a double and a triple, though, so he's got some wheels on him. And now you're going to get the corner infielders playing in for Portland. Spencer Scott will keep an eye on the bag at second with Camper back there. First pitch from Gartrell fouled back into the netting for a strike. 0-1 to start off Halverson. Halverson struck out his last time up. One of those 3 strikeouts by Gartrell so far. Gartrell in a little bit of hot water right now. 2 runners on, no outs. And the number 4 hitter up at the plate. Fouled off again into the backstop. So 0-2 now from Gartrell. So a couple of fastballs. Wouldn't be surprised to see a breaking ball, maybe something on the outer half of the plate. Try and get some chase from Halverson. Halverson with the open stance, waiting patiently as Gartrell looks back at second, comes home with it. And the ball is in the glove of Klemp. Fouled off into the glove for a strikeout and 1 away. Gartrell picking up his 4th strikeout. As Brandon Luna now comes to the plate. Get another look at it right here. I don't know if that went off the ground or not, but Klemp did a good job of selling it for the strikeout. So 1 away now with runners on first and second. Gomez now playing behind the runner over at first. That last at-bat, he was playing in front of the runner. Pitch from Gartrell. Low and off the plate to Luna. It'll be 1-0. Tsukada now playing behind the bag at third. Off the line, about 7 to 8 feet. Inside and low on Luna makes it 2-0. Gartrell now in some trouble, falling behind in the count with runners on first and second. Breaking ball inside. It's 3-0 now on Luna. These are those types of moments where you really figure out what you have in a young arm. Gartrell, a sophomore, all WCC freshman team last season, but falls behind 3-0 and delivers a strike on the inner half of the plate to the left-handed bat of Luna, 3-1. The 3-1 pitch is low and below the knees. And that will load the bases up. So 2 walks and a single has loaded up the bases for the Wolverines. Camper is over at third. Mills is at second. And that puts Luna over at first for Nate Bach, the center fielder, who struck out on 3 pitches his last time up. So Gomez and Tsukada creeping back in on the corners. First pitch to Bach. Swings and actually fouls it off out of the glove of Klemp for a strike. 0-1. Now you can get out of this inning unscathed if you get a ground ball over to Pataxel or Scott for a possible 2-ball, double play. Or we can get a strikeout here and just get a ground out or fly out the next batter. Gartrell, though, seems to be going low. And this one, knifed out into right field. 1 run will score. Sent around third, it's going to be Patrick Mills. He's going to get in and score. And 2 runs come in on the double from Nate Bach. And the Wolverines take a 2-0 lead. And now have got runners on second and third. And we might have time called. There's an injury to Luna, who slid into third. And he is up, limping a little bit over at that bag. And now you're going to have the trainer for the Wolverines come out and check in on the first baseman. Big time hit, though, for Nate Bach. The sophomore just took what was given to him, a fastball on the outer half of the plate. In fact, it even looked like it was off the plate. Hit it out in the right field. Mensch with a slight misplay off the glove. Allowed another run to come in and runners to move forward, but Luna still trying to loosen up. And you don't like to see that. The fact that he grabs his knee. She's trying to hop around right now behind the bag at third, and it looks like he may be staying in. Something to keep an eye on for the future. So coming up to the plate now, it's Daniel Dickinson. 2 runners in scoring position. First pitch to Dickinson is a strike. Dickinson, with no RBI this season, does have 3 hits on 16 appearances at the plate through 6 games. Freshman's hitting .188. As he's going to have time called for a moment to talk things over with his head coach. Good teaching moment for the new man on campus. Have a moment to see what the defense is. You've seen what Gartrell has thrown in that first at-bat that you had. So left a couple of pitches elevated. But Utah Valley's taken advantage of a couple of those pitches that have just been right on the cusp of in the zone, out of the zone. Second pitch is inside and low for a ball. It'll be 1-1. Gomez and Sukata pinching in on the corners. Ground ball over to Pataxel at second. Throws it over to first to get the sure out. Luna comes in and scores from third. Moving over from second to third is Nate Bach. And so it is now 3-0 in favor of Utah Valley after the ground out by Dickinson. Garrett Broussard grounded out to Spencer Scotta's last time up. Now has a chance to add 1 more run for the Wolverines. Broussard fouls it off the top of the netting behind home plate for a strike 0-1. No movement right now in the bullpen for Portland. It's going to be one of those moments where Gartrell has to work through this tough moment. Gets a fastball by Broussard that was elevated 0-2. The lights are on here at Joe Edsall Field. Look to be a slider off the plate. 1-2 now from Gartrell to Broussard. Started this one out by getting the first 3 outs with Gartrell on the mound, and then we hit a nearly 90-minute rain delays. Broussard, ground ball finds its way through the 5-hole. And another run in for Utah Valley. That'll make it 4-0 after the RBI single. So Gartrell has been hit hard, had a couple of walks, and a single past the diving glove of Spencer Scott. So 4-0 with a runner on first and 2 outs. With Cameron Rowe, the catcher today, in the batter's box. Swings at the first pitch that was inside, and it looked to be low, but it'll be 0-1. The 8th batter of this inning for Utah Valley. Rowe flew out to Holcroft his last time up. In the dirt. Clem quickly out of his stance, in fact, giving a shove to Rowe, who wasn't getting out of the way of that ball that was at his feet. Broussard's got a decent lead over at first. And Gartrell throws over. Broussard is safe. Broussard just 1 for 2 so far this season. Last year he was 0 for 2 in stolen base attempts. Gartrell, fastball on the outer half of the plate for a strike. That'll make it 1-2. Fouled off to our right and out of play. That goes across the street. Go back to the 1-2 count on Rowe. Another throw over to first. Runner back safely. Rowe, as a senior in high school last year, hit .324 with 17 RBI for Rancho Bernardo High School. Fastball from Gartrell, high above the shoulders for a ball, makes it 2-2. High fastball again, and so could be trouble for Joey Gartrell. He's already walked 2 batters and he's given up 3 hits in this inning. And ball 4. So the 3rd walk issued in this inning will put runners at first and second. And Trey Cutchin, the left fielder, will now come to the plate, and Coach Lambert going out to the mound from the dugout. We're going to have a mound visit. All the infield pulled in. Not a bad move by Coach Lambert right now. You're seeing that your young arm has struggled in this inning. You want to slow him down and really just let him know, hey, we need to get one more out here. You don't have to do too much. Try to get a ground ball, get out of this inning, and let's have the offense try to pick you up right here. Now, credit Utah Valley, though. They've taken advantage of a couple of pitches that I think Gartrell wish he could have back. There were a few at the bottom of the zone that were just hit off the end of the bat out into right field, and then that last hit by Garrett Broussard found its way into the outfield. So Lambert will go back to the dugout. And we finally have a pilot up in the bullpen for Portland. Not throwing just yet. First pitch to Cutchin, high and off the plate. It's 1-0. Cutchin is 0 for 2 today, strikeout in the first, and then he flew out to Henry Mensch back in the 3rd inning. This is the 9th batter. As that one goes into the netting behind home plate, it'll be 1-1 after that foul ball. Infield playing back, trying to keep all the ground balls in front of them as Cutchin fouls off another one into the netting behind home plate. Cutchin hitting .310 coming into today, playing in all 9 games with 9 hits and almost 30 at-bats. Last year he hit .302, 26 RBI and 57 hits. The 1-2. Ground ball over to the right side. Pataxel gobbles it up in shallow right field. And the throw over to first is in time to Gomez, and that will end Utah Valley's 4th inning, but not before they push 4 runs across the board and take a 4-0 lead. Coming up for the Pilots in the bottom of the 4th, it's Holcroft, Klemp, and Scavato when we return on the WCC Network. Holcroft leads off the bottom of the fourth inning for the Portland Pilots. First pitch he sees, ground ball down the first baseline and in front of the Utah Valley bullpen. It'll be 0-1 on Holcroft. Holcroft flew out to center field his first time up. Pilots just getting through the order in the last of the third inning. Gerling has pitched really well through the first 3 innings. Only given up 1 hit, 3 strikeouts. And when he's fallen behind, he's quickly gotten back into the count and even ahead in the count at times. Holcroft, another one into center field, dropping back. It's Bach, and he will make the catch with ease and 1 away here in the bottom of the fourth. So Nick Klemp now coming to the batter's box. Hard to find a hotter hitter in the nation as he's hitting over 500 at 562 coming into today. His 18 hits, ranked 7th in the nation. First pitch to him in this at-bat. Smokes one down the third baseline, but foul. Utah Valley fortunate right there. That could have been a double for Klemp and really put the Pilots back in business to at least get 1 run across the board here in the bottom of the fourth. Gerling back, coming home again. This time it's Klemp fouling it off behind us, behind home plate. It'll be 0-2. Second baseman Dickinson playing closer to the bag at second. Luna well off the line over at first as this ball bounces into the left-handed batter's box. Klemp will take a ball. It's 1-2. No changes defensively for the Wolverines through 3 1/3 innings of work. Cutchin, Bach, and Mills still in the outfield. Halverson, Broussard, Dickinson, and Luna as the infield from left to right with Rowe still behind the plate. Here's the 1-2 to Klemp. Fouled off, staying alive after he got an inside pitch. 1-2 again. Last time these two teams played, single game, midweek game last year in which the Pilots won 6-4. They actually fell behind 4-1 through the first 4 innings as this ball is blooped into shallow right field and it's taken in by the second baseman and Daniel Dickinson. So 2 away now for the Pilots in the bottom of the 4th inning. Evan Scavato comes to the plate after lining out to third his last time up. Turned on an inside pitch. But Callan Halverson didn't have to move all that much. Just stuck his glove up over his left shoulder and got the out. First pitch, breaking ball. Beauty of a pitch right there from Gerling on the outside part of the plate for a strike. It's 0-1. Scavato patiently waiting. Here's the 0-1. Gets a hold of it, but fouls it off to our right across the street and out of play. So 0-2 quickly for Scavato. And even though the Pilots got a hit in that 3rd inning, Mensch was thrown out stealing. And ended up being another 1-2-3 inning for Portland. They're on the verge of that right here for the 4th straight inning. The 0-2 with 2 outs. Breaking ball and just out of the zone. A lot of movement on that one from Gerling. Called a ball. It's 1-2. Good patience from Scavato right there to not chase on a ball that was close to the zone. Seemed a little high initially. Luna again off the line over at first. The left side of the infield playing back with Broussard, the shortstop, in shallow left field. Here's a pop-up on the infield. Broussard calling everybody off, and he makes the catch behind the mound. And the Pilots go down in order yet again. 1-2-3 here in the bottom of the 4th inning. When we come back, it's Burke Camper leading things off for Utah Valley, the designated hitter, when we return on the WCC Network. Welcome back to Joe Edsel Field. Brian Slyke on the call for you as Utah Valley has a 4-0 lead in the top of the 5th inning as Burt Camper, who started everything off last inning, steps into the batter's box. Check swing as that pitch just missed out of the zone low for a ball. It's 1-0. Camper has no official at-bat on the day. Got hit by a pitch in the first inning, and then he walked his last time up. Here's a ground ball over to short and goes off the heel of the glove of Spencer Scott. And that will count as an error against the young shortstop.
The right fielder, number 8, Patrick Mills.
It's Patrick Mills, the right fielder, steps to the plate as the DH, Burt Camper, is replaced on the base path. Looks to be number 9, and that'll be Luke Iverson, freshman catcher from St. George, Utah. We'll see if he stays in the game as a DH or if that changes the next time around. I would say that's been a successful day for Camper, who technically goes 0 for 1, but he reached base twice, scored the first run of this game. Iverson, a big lead off of first right now. Gartrell should keep an eye on him. Check swing from Mills, and they're saying he went around. That'll be a strike, so 0-1 to start off this at-bat. Iverson does not have a stolen base this season. In fact, he's only played in 1 game. As Gartrell puts this one in the right-handed batter's box. It'll be 1-1. Scott will take the throw down to second in case the runner goes, as Iverson, again off the bag about 8 feet right now. Takes a secondary. Klemp drops down in a stance, takes the ball. Should be 2-1 against Mills. Correction, 1-1. Now Gartrell throws over to first. No tag applied by Gomez. Iverson back safely. Big swing and a miss as Mills ran out of bat right there on that last pitch. It'll be 2-2. Ground ball over to second. Pataxlo charging it, flips it over to Scott at second in time, and he'll eat it. So they get the leadoff man. Fielder's choice will be the call in the scorebook against Patrick Mills, who's now over at first.
Number 13, Callan Halverson.
Callan Halverson comes to the plate. He's 0 for 2 today with 2 strikeouts. Halverson, a junior transfer from Northern Oklahoma College, hit 34 home runs and 350 at the plate over 2 seasons as he gets a hold of one right here, but Knight gets behind it out in the left field and circles around to get the out and throw it in time. Retreating back to first, it's Mills, so 2 away after the fly out. So Brandon Luna, who last inning was having some trouble after sliding into third, grabbed his leg at one point, had the trainer come out, but here he is back in the batter's box, ready to go. Walked his last time up, 0 for 1 on the day as he flew out to Henry Mensch his first time at the plate. Takes a strike on a fastball. Outer half of the plate below the belt, 0-1. 2 gone here, top of the 5th inning. Pataxlo, the second baseman, is playing in shallow right field. Gartrell resets, putting himself on the third base side of the rubber, comes home with it. Luna takes strike 2 on an off speed, and he's quickly behind 0-2. That person that was getting loose in the Portland bullpen is no longer there. As Luna takes one that's in the dirt, Klemp able to slow the momentum of it. It'll be 1-2. Happy to see that the rain has stopped here at Joe Edsall Field as Luna turns on one and bounces it in front of the Wolverines dugout. We'll go back to the 1-2 count. Portland last season, having one of their best years in the West Coast Conference, finished second and was the 2 seed at the WCC tournament, their first time being there. It's also the first time that they expanded the field of the WCC tournament to 6 teams. Luna steps back into the box, the 2-2 count with 2 outs. Gets jammed inside, rolls down third baseline and off the bag at third over Sukata. And it's Mills who is on his horse, did not stop, rounded second, saw the play as it bounced over the head of Sukata off the bag at third. And that'll count as a hit for Luna. But Mills is now over at third after that wacky play. And that's a tough one for Sukata. It's hard to try to charge that one with where it was hugging the line, trying to get a good angle on that one, so he stayed behind it, and it ended up hurting the Pilots right there as it popped right over his head. So runners on the corners with 2 outs. And up at the plate, it's going to be Nate Bach, who had a big 2 RBI double into right field his last time up. Mills over at third. It's Luna at first. Gartrell missing low and away. It'll be 1-0. Big swing and a miss on a low pitch right there. That will even the count at 1-1. Gartrell could use a couple more of those here in this half of the inning to get out without giving up another run. Ground ball to the left side. Sukata stays back on it, takes it on the up hop and over to first in time to Gomez. And that will end Utah Valley's 5th inning. No runs come in to score off of 1 hit and 1 error as we remain 4-0 in favor of the Wolverines. Due up for the Pilots, it's Knight, Scott, and Sukata when we return on the WCC Network. Welcome back to Joe Edsall Field. Brian Slyke on the call as we welcome you back. It's a 4-0 lead for Utah Valley as there's a new pitcher on the mound. It's Ethan Folks as he will face off against Briley Knight here in the bottom of the 5th inning. First pitch to Knight, check swing, but he went around. No need to appeal down the third, so it'll be 0-1. So Logan Gerling went through 4 innings of work on 48 pitches, only giving up 1 hit. No runs, no earned runs, 3 strikeouts, no walks. So his no walks streak continues through what is his 3rd start. So he now has 14 strikeouts and no walks as Knight falls behind 0-2 to Ethan Folks. Breaking ball, just got enough of it to stay alive. It'll be 0-2. Folks' season is making his 3rd appearance. He's got a 1.12 ERA, 2 saves so far on the season, 8 innings of work. He's given up 5 hits, 1 earned run, 7 strikeouts to 3 walks. Opponents are hitting $179 against him. That shift put on against Knight as he gets an inside pitch. Just got his arm out of the way of that one. It'll be 1-2. It's a chilly one here at the Ets. As you can see, a couple of those fans behind home plate bundled up in blankets as Knight took one that was inside and just got enough of it to send it into center field, back up the middle. And so a leadoff single and only the 2nd hit for the Pilots here in the 5th inning. It's Briley Knight on base. See, got an inside pitch and just did what he could with it and shot it right back out into center field. As Spencer Scott now comes to the plate. Scott struck out looking in his only plate appearance back in the 2nd inning. Knight does not have any stolen base attempts so far this season, but he's got a nice lead off over at first. First pitch to Scott, called a strike on the outer half of the plate. Knight just a 33.3% success rate at stolen bases last year. Had 2 stolen bases in 6 attempts. Got a lead of about 7 feet off the bag over at first. Folks comes home. Scott comes up empty on a swing. It's 0-2. Scott had a tough time last year trying to get into the starting lineup. Now, he played in 27 games, which is great for a freshman, but with the talent on this team and these same players, as that one seemed, I thought he fouled that one off, but no, it's going to go to the backstop, a strikeout on Spencer Scott. So his 2nd strikeout of the day. And that'll be 1 out as Briley Knight moves up to first after the pass ball. Here's another look at that last one. And he couldn't go to first because Knight was technically at the bag. That's why he's called out, but Knight moved up to 2nd. So he's now in scoring position for Jake Sukata, who had a hard hit ball back in the 2nd inning, but it ricocheted off of Gerling, the pitcher, over to 3rd for Halverson to get him out over at first. First pitch breaking ball above the letters to Sukata. It'll be 1-0. Time is called. 6 o'clock, you can hear the bells ringing in the background. Correction, by the way, it's 0-1 on Sukata. Cameron Rowe, the catcher, steps out in front of the plate. Now he steps back behind the plate. No signals were given out. Right side of the infield playing back. The 3rd baseman, Halverson, off the line near the infield grass. He's about 12 feet off that line at 3rd. Breaking ball, stays off the plate for a ball. It's 1-1 to Sukata. Folks, a senior from South Jordan, Utah. Transfer from Utah Tech. Here's the 1-1. Fastball, Sukata got it off the end of the bat. Chopper up the middle, played by Broussard on the right side of second base, and he got the throw over to first in time to get Sukata. Great play by the shortstop, Broussard. Now that does move the runner over to third after that slow chopper back up the middle, but here's another look at Broussard. Charging that one, called off his second baseman, and he needed to get that one off in a hurry. Barely beat Sukata to the bag. So Henry Mensch now coming to the plate. He's one of two pilots with a hit today. He got the first hit back in the third inning for Portland. With a hit here, he could score a run for Portland. Breaking ball that stayed up near the head of Mensch inside. It's 1-0. Briley Knight is over at third. Reached on a single, moved up to second on a wild pitch, and then that last ground ball from Sukata pushed him over to third. Left side of the infield playing back. Mensch swings at a breaking ball that went away from him. It's 1-1. Tristan Gomez is on deck. He's got a big bat for Portland too. If Mensch can get on, he could be right back into this game with a single swing. Mensch swings at an off speed, now behind 1-2. Folks has done a good job of mixing in some of his pitches right now. Folks, one of those 23 transfers on the roster this season for Utah Valley. Here's the 1-2. Check swing from Mensch. And they're saying he went around over at first. That's a strikeout. And that will strand a runner over at third for Portland. So no runs coming to score. They still trail 4-0. We head to the sixth inning. Due up, it's Dickinson, Broussard, and Rowe for Utah Valley when we return on the WCC Network. Top of the sixth inning here at Joe Edsall Field on the campus of the University of Portland. Utah Valley trying to hold on to this 4-0 lead and get their first victory against Portland in their last 8 tries. Gartrell gets a first pitch strike on Daniel Dickinson, who is 0 for 2 today. Bunts, puts it out in front of the mound. Gartrell will field it bare hand, throw over to first. And the long stride got him. Too long of a stretch for him. And he's punched out. Dickinson tried to sneak in a bunt single. Maybe just a hair too hard off the bat. Otherwise, pretty good placement. But better throw by Gartrell to get the runner out. So one away here in the sixth inning. Broussard, ground ball over to third. Sukata takes it, throws it high and over to first in time. And so 2 quick outs for Utah Valley here in the sixth inning. Gartrell's pitch count is getting up there. He's nearing 100 pitches. He's at 96 at the moment. 97, I should say, after 5 2/3 innings work as Cameron Rowe comes back to the plate for his third appearance. 0 for 1 on the day. He flew out to Jake Holcroft in center field, and then his last time up he walked back in the 4th where he was left stranded. And now we saw this the last time that Rowe was up at the plate. Timeout called by head coach Smith for the Wolverines, and talking things over with the young freshman catcher. So after the meeting between the head coach and the catcher, Rowe will now go back to the batter's box. Still no changes defensively for Portland as Rowe thought about chasing that pitch that was low and away. Good eye by him. It'll be 1-1. Infield playing back, outfield straight up. This ball popped up and it's going to go out of play to our right for a strike. So 1-2 now on Rowe. As Gartrell is now at 100 pitches on the day. Clem trying to frame it in the zone and just can't. It'll be 2-2. And Ryan Rembiz is warming up now for Portland, but it's not going to matter. He'll come in with a clean inning in the 7th after Gartrell gets the strikeout, and the Wolverines go down in order 1-2-3 as we head to the bottom of the 6th inning. Coming up for the Pilots, Tristan Gomez, Ben Pataxel, and Jake Holcroft when we return on the WCC Network. Welcome back into Joe Edsall Field on the campus of the University of Portland. Brian Slack with your call. A 4-0 lead for Utah Valley as we enter the bottom of the 6th inning. It's Tristan Gomez, the leadoff man for Portland, as he goes up against Ethan Folks. First pitch, though, ball inside, and there seems to be some type of confusion because quickly the freshman catcher Cameron Rowe calling time and going out to the mound, trying to get their signals aligned. The 1-0. And Gomez turns on it and puts it into right field. A leadoff single for Portland. If you're the Pilots, you like to see that. Some production out of your first baseman and the leadoff man on board. Try to cut into this lead for Utah Valley. Quite a few games last season when the Pilots fell behind, but came back and ended up winning these games late. So Ben Pataxel now comes to the plate. Petaxel's 0 for 1 on the day as he flew out to left field. A well-hit ball that ended up dying on the warning track for Trey McCutcheon to make the catch just in front of the O in Portland. Folks goes low and away with a breaking ball, 1-0. Eight games is the longest losing streak against Portland for Utah Valley. Again, they're looking for their first win against Portland since before the pandemic. Ground ball back up the middle. Good thing Folks didn't play it. Easy play for Dickinson, the second baseman, and he doubles up the Pilots. Wolverines fortunate right there that Folks didn't touch that one at all. Could not have been easier for Dickinson to get that double play. See just over the glove right there. Dickinson takes it behind the bag, steps on second, and beats Petaxel by about a step as Jake Holcroft, the leadoff man for Portland, now comes to the plate with 2 outs as he lines one off the Andy Pianovi hitting facility. Holcroft 0 for 1, or 0-1, I should say. It's 0 for 2 on the day with 2 flyouts into center field, caught by Nate Bach. Ground ball and just past the diving glove of Garrett Broussard. And so a seeing eye single for Jake Holcroft. Gets him on base for the first time, and still some life in this inning. And now arguably the best hitter in Portland's lineup now comes to the plate to face off against Ethan Folks and his first time.
That catcher, number 13, Nick Clunt.
Utah Valley's not had much success against Portland, just 1 in 9 in their last 10 against the Pilots. So this would be a big win for the opponent out of the WAC. Folks peeks over his shoulder, now comes home with it inside and high above the letters to Klemp for a ball, 1-0. Holcroft, decent lead off the bag over at first. About 6.5, 7 feet off that bag. Breaking ball, staying high again. This one at the letters, but called a ball. It'll be 2-0 on Klemp. Klemp struck out looking back in the first inning, and then his last at-bat had a soft liner over to Dickinson at second. It's a 2-0 count. Chance for the Pilots to do some damage here with a runner on first. Klemp does have power, can hit into the gaps. Here's the 2-0. High chopper that'll go over the pitcher. Dickinson will play it in front of the bag at second. And did he get the throw in time? He does. He got Klemp over at first. And so a great inning for the second baseman, Daniel Dickinson. Ends the threat for the Pilots, made a double play himself, and then made a great play on the high chopper from Nick Klemp, and that leaves the Pilots empty in this frame. We head to the 7th, due up for the Wolverines. Top of the lineup, it's Trey Cutchin, Luke Iverson, and Patrick Mills when we return. Top of the 7th inning here at Joe Etzel Field, and a pitching change for the Portland Pilots as Joey Gartrell's day is done after 6 innings of work. It'll be the sophomore Ryan Rembiz from Woodinville, Washington, who steps on the mound now for Portland. Southpaw first throw off the end of the bat of the hitter. Scott fields it at short and over to Gomez, in time, and that'll get Trey Cutchin for the first out. So one away quickly for Rembiz.
Now batting, the designated hitter, number 9, Luke Iverson.
Luke Iverson, who came in as a pinch runner for Burke Camper the last time Camper got on base in the 5th inning. So Iverson will get his first at-bat of the day. Rembiz had a great outing against number 5 Texas A&M. He went 4 1/3 innings of work, giving up only 2 hits, 1 run. It was unearned. 6 strikeouts and only 2 walks. Here he hits the batter on a breaking ball and allows the first man aboard in this 7th inning.
Right fielder, number 8.
Looks like Iverson going to take his time getting over to first as Patrick Mills now steps to the plate. Mills is 1 for 3 today, had a single back in the 4th where he came around and scored. Otherwise, he flew out to center field to Holcroft, and then he had a fielder's choice. Scott will take the throw down to second in case there's a stolen base attempt by Iverson, but he just got plunked near the ankle. See if he moves. There he goes for second. Rembiz breaking ball. Klemp comes up throwing, and with the breaking ball, slowed down the process to the plate, and that's a stolen base for Iverson. Iverson with his first stolen base attempt on the season. And steal. Now he's in scoring position for a possible insurance run for the Wolverines. Pataxo, the second baseman, playing in shallow right field. With the left-handed bat of Mills up, takes a ball. It's 1-1. Outfield playing straight up. Sukata playing in at third, almost on the infield grass, but off the line. Rembiz working the outer half of the plate, but called a ball. It's 2-1 on Mills. You'd like to see more of that out of Rembiz after his performance against Texas A&M. What many would consider a superior opponent to what Portland usually plays as Texas A&M in the SEC. Obviously, the West Coast Conference, no slouch for baseball. A lot of good teams up and down this league. The 3-1 to Mills. Rembiz winds up, throws, breaking ball, no chase from Mills. So after getting the first out on 1 pitch, he hits a batter, then walks a batter. And there's runners on first and second now, with Callan Halverson coming to the plate. Halverson on the day is 0 for 3, 2 strikeouts, and a fly out to Briley Knight in left field in his last at-bat back in the 5th inning. Happy to see that the rain stopped here in Portland as Halverson swings through an off-speed pitch at the bottom of the zone. He's quickly behind 0-1. Dealt with a lot of rain early on. So we're sitting at about 45 degrees. Heavy rain and 10-mile-an-hour winds. Now we're at 39 degrees. Both runners are going. Klemp throws over to third. Sukata had the ball. He was in front of the bag, and they got the runner. Iverson getting over to third. So he gets caught stealing, and there's 2 away. That was a double steal, so Mills actually moves up to second. Here's another look at it, though. And Utah Valley guessed wrong. Rembiz, heavy off-speed pitcher, but threw a fastball there. Elevated 2 for Klemp to get the throw over to Sukata at third to get the runner. So 2 away now with a runner on second. Inside, just missing the feet of Halverson. Should be 2-1. And Connor Lambert now going to call time, as there is somebody warming up in the bullpen right now for Portland. But I don't think they're going to take the ball out of Rembiz's hand. Probably just some situational awareness right now with the infield. 2 outs, runner on second. Where do we make our next move in case this ball is hit into play? Coach Lambert quickly back to the dugout. So Rembiz looks like it's his inning to close out with a runner on second. It is a righty warming up for Portland in their bullpen. Breaking ball off the end of the bat and down the first baseline over to Gomez, who fields it, steps on the bag at first, and that will end the 7th inning for the Wolverines. They got 2 on, 1 was caught stealing, 1 was left on base, but we head to the bottom of the 7th inning. It's going to be Scavato, Knight, and Scott when we return on the WCC Network. Bottom of the 7th inning, Evan Scavato leading things off for the Pilots as they trail 4-0 to Utah Valley. And the opener of our 4-game set between these two, doubleheader tomorrow. First pitch to Scavato, called a strike. It's 0-1. Scavato so far today is 0 for 2. He lined out to the third baseman. And his last time up, he popped up on the infield for Garrett Broussard as he swings at an off-speed pitch, falling behind 0-2. Scavato coming into today was hitting .280 with 7 hits on 25 at-bats, and he drove in 7 RBI. And he'll go down on 3 pitches. And a strikeout to start off the bottom of the 7th for the Pilots as Briley Knight will come to the plate now. Knight is 1 for 2, lined out to the third baseman his first time up in the 2nd. And then in the 5th inning, he singled and got stranded over at third. He's been the closest the Pilots have been to scoring a run today. Shift put on for Utah Valley with 3 players now on the right side, with Knight taking a strike on the far side of the plate. Broussard, the shortstop, now playing on the right side of second base. Looking out onto the field. Here's the 0-1. Never stood a chance of getting in the zone. It'll be 1-1 tonight. Knight taking a fastball inside for a strike. He disagrees with that call, shaking his head in disapproval. He steps out of the box, readjusts his gloves, and now sits with a 1-2 count. Folks put that one in the dirt, blocked by Rowe, though. It'll stay, or move to a 2-2 count, I should say. Folks has given up 3 hits and 2 1/3 innings of work, along with 3 strikeouts. Ground ball, stayed fair. Luna played it. He's going to flip it over to Folks, who steps on the bag just in front of Briley Knight. And so there's 2 away. Didn't look like Luna was very comfortable taking that ground ball that went over the bag at first. Here's another look at it. Thought maybe that one could go foul, but over pursued it, and then he had to go back into the field of play to get it. Either way, it ends up in an out against Portland, so 2 away here in the bottom of the 7th inning for Spencer Scott. Scott is 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts, 1 looking, 1 swinging today as he takes breaking ball high above the letters. It's 1-0. The 1-0. No chase, as that one's low and out of the zone. It's 2-0. Folks stepping off the rubber. No defensive changes for Utah Valley today so far. Here's the 2-0. Fouled out of play to our right. Still Cutchin, Bach, and Mills in the outfield from left to right. The infield from left to right is Halverson, Broussard, Dickinson, and Luna, with Rowe behind the plate. The only change we've seen today is the man on the mound. Gerling, who had a great outing, 3 strikeouts and 4 innings of work, only 48 pitches, very efficient during his time. Chopper over to the left side, taken by the third baseman Halverson across the diamond. And that will get the Pilots down in order yet again today. 1-2-3 in the bottom half of the 7th inning. We head to the 8th, due up for the Wolverines. It's Brandon Luna, Nate Bach, and Daniel Dickinson coming to the plate on the WCC Network. Welcome back onto the campus of the University of Portland. It's a 4-0 lead right now for Utah Valley over Portland, as Luna gets a hold of one, puts it into right field. Mensch will get behind it in front of the warning track in 1 pitch and 1 out to start off this 8th inning. Second pitcher in as many innings for Portland. Gartrell went 6 innings on 101 pitches, giving up 4 hits and 4 earned runs, 5 strikeouts and 3 walks. Meanwhile, Ryan Rembes, who just pitched last inning, 13 pitches, giving up a walk and a hit batter. No other stats for him. As Nate Bach steps into the box, He's 1 for 3 today, a 2 RBI double in the 4th inning. That's what opened up this scoring. Otherwise, he struck out back in the 2nd, and then he grounded out to Sukata over at 3rd back in the 5th inning. Check swing called a strike. He's now quickly behind 0-2. And it looks like we might have some defensive changes. See in a second, and 3 pitches, 3 strikes, and a strikeout on Bach. So 2 away here in the 8th inning. And as we move on to the second baseman, Daniel Dickinson, but Dobmeyer wasting no time quickly with those strikes. Dickinson today is 0 for 3, but he does have an RBI. He grounded out back in the 4th inning, but drove in a run as he swings at a pitch that's low out of the zone. For a strike, it's 0-1. Defensively for the Pilots, it's Knight, Holcroft, and Mensch left to right, and then it's Sukata, Scott, Pataxel, and Gomez on the infield left to right, with Klemp still behind the plate. Check swing, appeal down to first. He did not go around. It'll be 1-1. The 1-1 ripped right over the head of Sukata, and that's down the left field line near the corner. Knight will field it at the wall, and running around into second, it's a stand-up double for Dickinson as he gets his first hit of the day. They don't call it the hot corner for nothing. Here's another look at that last hit. Smoked, and it went right over the head of Sukata.
Garrett Broussard.
And now you've got Garrett Broussard coming to the plate for Utah Valley. Broussard today is 1 for 3 with an RBI single back in the 4th. Otherwise, he's grounded out twice to the left side, once to Scott and once to Sukata. As a runner in scoring position, a base hit might add on an extra run for Utah Valley. Dobmeyer looked back, delivered, and this one just below the knees out of the zone against Broussard, 1-0. Uncharacteristic day for the Pilots in their home opener. Their bats have been hot to start the season, but have been unable to put consecutive hits together and get a run across the board as a breaking ball fools Broussard. Comes up with air on that swing. It's 1-1. And it seems like this game might see some more rain depending on how quickly these next couple of innings go, as Dobmeyer looks back at the runner at second, comes home 1-1, missing inside for a ball to be 2-1. Sukata and Scott, the left side infielders, are playing back. Pataxel keeping an eye on the runner at second. Dobmeyer peeks back at Dickinson. The 2-1, Broussard hits a high fly ball down the right field line. This will go into the street, though, and out of play. So 2 strikes on Broussard. The junior from San Juan Capistrano, California. Broussard came into today hitting .333. 8 hits and 24 at-bats, and he's about at that average right now. 1 for 3 today. Ground ball to the left side. Scott gonna field it. Up, throws over to first in time, and that will retire Broussard. So a 2-out double. Left stranded over at second. No runs come in to score, and it remains a 4-0 game in favor of Utah Valley. We head to the bottom of the 8th. Sukata, Mensch, and Gomez coming to the plate for the Pilots on the WCC Network.
7,
Jake Sukata leading off the bottom of the 8th inning for the Portland Pilots as they are running out of outs here in the home opener against Utah Valley. Sukata lays off the fastball way off the plate. It's 1-0. Sukata on the day is 0 for 2. Got robbed of a hit back in the first inning as he had a ground ball that went off the ankle of Logan Gerling. And there he puts a drive into one into right field. Running back, it's Patrick Mills. He's at the warning track, and it's off the wall. Sukata watches it, and he'll have a stand-up double to lead off this 8th inning, and the Pilots really needed that hit right there. Didn't know if it had enough power to get out of this building as he hasn't hit a home run here before. But, man, he put a lot of juice in that one. Went off the wall, I would say about 3/4 of the way up the wall. Breaking ball that broke inside right into the barrel of Sukata. And yeah, off that tee of Pilots on the right field wall. And a stand-up double as Henry Mensch now comes to the plate. Mensch is 1 for 2 today. Single back in the 3rd, was caught stealing though. And then in the 5th inning, he struck out to end the 5th. Takes the first pitch inside, about belt high for a strike. It's 0-1. Dickinson backs off of second. Mensch, chopper over to 3rd. It's going to be played by Halverson. And they got Mensch over at first because the ball was high and chopping and going towards second base. Sukata really could not advance on that last play, so Halverson will get the out. Mensch goes back to the dugout. Sukata stays put, and that'll be 5-3 in the scorebook. As we've got Tristan Gomez coming to the plate. You'll see how close this last play was. Just beat him by 1/4 of a step. So Gomez, who's 1 for 2 today, struck out back in the 3rd, had a single his last time up, has a check swing called a strike. It's 0-1 to start off this at-bat. Now Gomez was doubled up in the 6th inning on a ground ball by Ben Pataxel, taken by Dickinson, stepped on the bag at second to start that double play. Here's the 0-1 to Gomez. Looked good. Put it just below the letters for a strike, 0-2. Makes you think maybe he was thinking breaking ball right there instead of fastball, and that's why he didn't pull the trigger. As Pataxel on deck for Portland. Base hit, scores probably 1 here, depending on where it goes. Here's the 0-2. Folks slowing down his windup, and soft throws over to second. Back to the 0-2 for Gomez at the plate. Gomez, a transfer from Cal State Fullerton. Good pickup for Portland with the departure of Sam Brown as Gomez goes down with a breaking ball. Swing and miss for a strikeout, 2 gone. But you got Toglia and Gomez coming in and filling in at first base with Sam Brown leaving for Washington State, and then you had Trace Samaro, who is unable to play this season due to a hip injury. And so you needed somebody to fill in at first, and they really lucked out there by getting those 2 bodies as Ben Pataxel now up at the plate. Runner on second with 2 outs. First pitch he sees breaking ball, fouls it off to our right out of play. It'll be 0-1. Nobody in the dugout, or excuse me, in the bullpen for Portland. So it'll be Dob Myers to go out in the 9th inning and close this one up. Can you get a little Pilot magic here in these last inning and a third? Pataxel fouls one off again down the right side through the trees and around the cars. We'll go back to an 0-2 count. Jake Holcroft is on deck. He had a hit in his last at-bat in the 6th inning. Pataxel today is 0 for 2. Flew out to left field to Trey Cutchin in his first at-bat in the third, and then he grounded into a double play back in the 6th inning. The 0-2. Fouled off again. This one catches the top of the netting right by the Utah Valley dugout. Goes back to the 0-2 count. Folks gets set from the stretch on the first base side of the rubber. Comes home with it. Breaking ball stays high. Never broke. It'll be 1-2 after the ball to Pataxel. A lot of high hopes for this Portland team this year. The big departures were on the mound, but for your defense, a lot of it stays the same. The only real big name that left was Sam Brown, the first baseman / DH for Portland last season. He moved on to Washington State along with Coach Valentine as Pataxel somehow laid off a good breaking ball. Called the ball. It'll be 2-2. Otherwise, the main defensive difference right now is the fact that Pataxel, who's been at third base the last couple of seasons, now moved over to second, and Sukata, who was at second, is now manning the hot corner over at third. And that's strike 3 on Pataxel. And so the Pilots strand the leadoff double by Sukata to start off this 8th inning. And then 3 straight outs for the Pilots. No runs come across. Still 4-0 as we head to the top of the 9th. It's Cameron Rowe, and then the top of the lineup for Utah Valley, Trey Cutchin and Luke Iverson when we return. Cameron Rowe leads off the top of the 9th inning for Utah Valley as they hold on to a 4-0 lead and look to add on to it here in the top of the 9th. Jacob Dobmeyer back on the mound for a 2nd inning of work. There is a Pilot getting loose in the bullpen right now if this game does go to extras, but that's a tall order right now as the Pilots have been unable to string consecutive hits together and get any offense going. As that last pitch to Rowe called a strike, it's 1-1. Outfield playing straight up. Here's the throw from Dobmeyer. Not enough bat for that swing. Empty. It's 1-2. Dobmeyer wasting no time. Almost immediately as the batter gets ready, he's ready to throw. And a 4-pitch strikeout to Cameron Rowe to start off the 9th inning. Puts him away and brings us to the top of the lineup to Trey Cutchin. Cutchin came into today hitting .310 on the season. Currently 0 for 4, strikeout in the first, a fly out to Henry Mensch out in right field back at the third. And then back-to-back groundouts, one to Pataxel over at second and the other one to Spencer Scott at short, his last time up in the seventh, as he falls behind early 0-1. Breaking ball that never found its way into the zone. It'll be 1-1. Wind up the throw. That one above the knees, outer half of the plate for a strike. It's 1-2 now. Cutchin on the verge of having an 0-for-5 performance here in the opening of our 4-game series. Lays off the high fastball from Dobmeyer to even the count at 2-2. Currently 39 degrees here on the bluff. Slight drizzle starting soon. And now a full count to Cutchin, 3-2. He's trying to reach base for the first time. He can do that with a walk. Popped up on the infield. Spencer Scott at short calls everybody off, and he makes the catch, and 2 away here to start off the top of the 9th inning, as Cutchin has an 0-for-5 performance today. And that will send up the designated hitter. Now that's Luke Iverson. Iverson does not have an official at-bat, as he was hit by a pitch back in the 7th inning, had a stolen base, and then he tried to steal third a couple of pitches later off of Ryan Rembiz, but Nick Klemp threw him out at third. Fastball low and away near the feet. Should say feet level. It'll be 1-0. Now Dobmeyer missing inside and low. It's 2-0 to Iverson. The DH position as a whole today, just 0-for-1. And that 0-for-1 was an error. There's a strike to get the first one in this at-bat, 2-1. Otherwise, the designated hitter got hit by a pitch in the first inning. That was Burke Camper. And then Camper walked in the 4th. He was the first run to score. And then he had the error, and it looks like Iverson will pick up the hit for Utah Valley with 2 outs here in the top of the 9th. As Iverson gets his first hit of the season, a single into right field. The freshman from St. George, Utah. We'll remember that one for a bit as Patrick Mills now comes to the plate. Mills is 1-for-3. He's reached base twice, though. He flew out in the first inning to Holcroft, singled in the 4th, came around to score. Then he reached on a fielder's choice back in the 5th and walked in the 7th. So he's actually reached base 3 different times today. So throw over to first to keep an eye on Iverson, who does have a stolen base already. Throw over to first. Tag applied by Gomez. Runner is safe. Two outs, top of the 9th inning. Pilots trailing 4-0. Pataxel, the second baseman, in shallow right field. Scott not behind the bag at second, but just to the left of it. About 6 or 7 feet. Playing close to that bag. Small lead for Iverson. He gets that baby extra step right there. Here's the 1-0. Check swing, doesn't matter. Called a strike on a off speed, far side of the plate. 1-1. This would be Utah Valley's first win against the Portland Pilots since February 23rd of 2020. Before the pandemic canceled that season. It's the last time Utah Valley took one from the Pilots. That was at Ron Tonkin Field. Last time they won at Joe Edsel Field was 2013. Ball 2 taken by Mills, so it's 2-1. This is a program under second-year head coach Ethan Smith. So he fouls that one off into the netting. Or, excuse me, Eddie Smith. Former coach at LSU and Tulane. Took over the program last season. Did some good things. Got them pointing in the right direction as Dobmeyer got Iverson in a rundown. Iverson guessed wrong. And I think Iverson, no, he did not get back in time. Spencer Scott ran him down the first baseline. Or ran him back to first base, I should say, to get the out. And that will end the 9th inning. For Utah Valley, no runs come in to score. It's still a 4-0 lead. It's the top of the order for the Pilots. Holcroft, Klemp, and Scavato when we return on the WCC Network. Holcroft starts off this at-bat 1-0 to start off the bottom of the 9th inning. It's Ethan Folks back on the mound to close this one out for Utah Valley. He'd get the save as he gets a strike on the inner half of the plate, about belt high on Holcroft. It's 1-1. Holcroft can put a charge into a ball if he gets one that he likes, as just missed that one. He seemed fooled on that last swing. So 1-2 now the count to the senior from Upland, California. Inside, missing the zone. That'll even the count at 2-2 on Holcroft. Holcroft pops this one up. It's in foul territory. Chasing it is Halverson, and it'll go into the bullpen for the Pilots. We'll go back to the 2-2 count on Holcroft. Holcroft, a preseason WCC selection, had .343 last year, 71 hits, 4 home runs, and 26 RBI. So far this season coming into today, he's hitting .281 with 9 hits. He now has 10 after singling his last time up in the 6th. Here's the 2-2. Breaking ball, and does what any good hitter does. Just got enough of that one on a ball that was off the plate to stay alive. 2-2. Slight movement by the infield, all rotating to their right a bit. The third baseman, Halverson, way off the line over at third, and we're talking 15, maybe 20 feet off that line over at third. It's a full count now to Holcroft. Ground ball over to first. Luna plays it behind the bag and steps on it just in time before Holcroft got there. Looked like those two were playing a game of chicken almost, but one away to start off the bottom of the 9th inning. Another look. You see Luna playing it behind the bag, and honestly, I think had that not been basically going straight at each other, Holcroft could be running full speed, might beat Luna as Klemp steps into the box, takes the first pitch for a ball. It'll be 1-0. Tough day for the Pilots at the plate. As a team, they were ranking 13th in the nation in batting average at .336, which would be the top batting average in the conference. First in the conference in hits this year, too, with 84, but only 5 today. Klemp drives one into left field. Going back, it's Cutchin, and off the top of the wall. Klemp rounds first, and he's going to slide in feet first for a one-out double here in the bottom of the 9th inning. That was a drive by Klemp right there as he picks up his first hit and avoids going 0 for 4. And that ball was elevated for Klemp, just missing getting the home run, about maybe a foot and a half short of going over that fence and getting another home run on the season, but ends up at second with a double as the rain begins to fall again here at Joe Etzel Field. It's a common occurrence, the third time it's already happened in this game. We've already had a rain delay. But Klemp now standing at second for Evan Scavato, who's trying to get his first hit of the day and get on base. He's 0 for 3. And that one hit him in the elbow. Tried to get his arm out of the way, and that one got him. You could hear that one up in the booth. And that's painful as he takes first base. Get another look at it. And that looks square on the inside of that right elbow for Scavato, and he's shaking it out right now. You could tell that one hurt. Well, mound visit right now with Ethan Folks. He's trying to get his 5th inning of work right now in relief of Logan Gerling, who in 4 innings, giving up 1 hit, 3 strikeouts, and no runs. And at this point, you've got 2 runners on. Briley Knight is a power hitter. He can get you down by 1 run in a single swing. So that's probably why they have that mound visit, trying to talk a little bit of strategy, keep it low, don't put anything inside for Knight to turn on and put it over the fence in right field. And right now it's confusing weather outside. Is it raining? Is it snowing? We're not totally sure, but it's coming down right now. Folks gets set from the stretch. Foot on the first base side of the rubber. Knight got it off the end of the bat and fouls it off. So 0-1 to start off this at-bat. Knight is 1 for 3 today, a line out to third. He had a single in the 5th where he got stranded over at third, and then he grounded out to Brandon Luna, the first baseman, his last time up. And that was in the 7th inning. So here's the 0-1, 1 out, runners on first and second, and Knight fouled it off into the glove of Rowe behind the plate. 0-2. A soft throw over to second for Folks. So the 0-2 now after the pickoff attempt over at second. The 0-2 breaking ball stays high, never broke, stayed above the shoulders of Knight. It's 1-2. Knight got one off the end of the bat. Slow roller over to second, charged by the second baseman Dickinson, and the flip over to first will get Knight. Both runners move up 90 feet, so you've got Klemp now over at third. Over at second, it's Scavato, and Knight is retired, and that'll bring up Spencer Scott, the WCC Player of the Week last week.
The shortstop, number 6, Spencer Scott.
Scott today is 0 for 3, 2 strikeouts and a ground out to his name. And another soft throw over to third. Weather still continuing to be a factor here at Joe Edsall Field. Klemp over at third to throw into Scott, just out of the zone for a ball. It'll be 1-0 to start off this at-bat. Pilots are down to their final out. Take from Scott off the plate. Pilots were shut out at home in their final home game of the season last year, a 3-0 loss to Washington State. And strike one called on Spencer Scott inside. Looked to be an off-speed pitch. Doesn't like that call. He's got a few words for Tim Vesey, the home plate umpire behind the plate. So the 2-1 count on Spencer Scott. Scott swings at a fastball about knee high, evens the count at 2-2. Next man up is Jake Sukata. He doubled off the right field wall his last at bat. Can Scott keep it going? The 2-2 with 2 outs, runners on second and third. A base hit scores 1, if not 2. And a pass ball. Klemp coming home, and he's going to beat the throw back to Folks. Moving up to third is Scavato, so the Pilots won't get shut out today as they get 1 run across after the wild pitch. And that one bounced in front of the left-handed batter's box. There wasn't really much that Rowe, the catcher, could do there, except maybe throw his body out in front of it. And it turns out that his earpiece that he has to communicate with the pitching coach actually fell out when he threw off his mask trying to get back for that ball. So, full count now on Spencer Scott. Yeah, so full count. Runner on third. Ground ball over to short. Broussard stays behind it and throws it over to first in time. That will retire Scott. And that will end this one. The 8-game losing streak against the Pilots is finally over for Utah Valley as they take this one 4-1 after a 4-run 4th inning. Gave them that lead, and the Pilots fortunate to scratch 1 across the board in the bottom half of the 9th inning. But that'll do it here at Joe Edsall Field. Game 1 goes to Utah Valley 4-1. Thank you to the production crew back inside the Chiles Center and our camera work here inside the stadium. I'm Brian Slyke. Thank you so much for tuning in to our game, and catch our doubleheader beginning at noon tomorrow against Utah Valley on the WCC Network.